Hello. I saw we had a few early people. Hello. Hola. Hi. Hello. How are we all?
I'm fine. I mean, I'm sunburned, so I'm slightly... So, yeah, I'm slightly... I feel like I'm drinking lots and lots of fluids today.
Yes.
But other than that, I've only got 40 pages left to Defy the Night, and I'm going to finish it in the first sprint because this is me and I cannot stop reading it.
Yes. My physical arc that I won came yesterday, and I'm so excited. Sorry.
I've never had a physical arc before.
I usually get the ones that I'm just like, I don't really care about.
Last year I won a physical copy of Shine by Jessica Jung, and it was one of, like, I was really looking forward to it. So the fact that I won it at Home Yark last year, I was really happy. And I was really excited this year because I thought, I won an arc last year, I can win an arc this year. I didn't win any arcs this year. Like, disappointed.
But you did get accepted for the E arc.
I did get accepted for the E arc.
Carry on.
No, sorry. We both got accepted for the E arc, and then I also won the physical arc, and I was like, oh, okay, cool. Choices.
I also, for those of you who were here on Thursday, I got accepted for the Once Upon a Broken Heart E arc as well.
Yes.
So I'm going to read, I'll probably read that next month.
Check but you guys with all your... I'm great. I realised that I haven't edited my video that's meant to go up tonight, so that's my plan. But I'm struggling actually getting footage from my phone onto my laptop for some reason, so... Great.
I used to have issues getting it from my phone, and then I just started using Google Drive, and I just upload it onto Google Drive on my phone, and then go onto Google Drive on my laptop and download it. And that's worked for me for the past year.
Yeah, I've got like an iPhone and a Mac, so like I can just like basically like airdrop it over, but for some reason I'm clicking airdrop and it's like just it comes up as if it's a way to do it and then just does nothing. So I don't know what's happened, but I'll try and figure it out. So that's my plan, and then I'm actually reading The Unbecoming with Mara Dyer. Throwback, because I had it on my Kindle. I have it on my Kindle, and so I've got like a TBR jar basically, but it's only my Kindle books so that I'll actually read them. And then I wasn't really very excited, but Teresa and Chloe, who I can see is in the comments, was like, no, it's actually not that bad. So I was like, okay, I'll just read it and get it over with.
That's actually a really good idea, because I always forget about my Kindle books because it's literally out of sight, out of mind. And I forget all about them.
Yeah, so I've just got like a jar, and like this month was like my first month of doing it, but I was like, I'm just gonna like pick one out every month, and then hopefully I will actually, like, because I'm on my Kindle, I'll actually then read more of them. Yeah. Even if I'm not picking them out, so fingers crossed. Anyway.
Hopefully it works. Hello. 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 So excited. I'm going to be reading The Enemy by Charlie Higson, but also I may work on some outlining work for my book I'm writing. Oh, book. That's exciting. I would love to write a book, but I'm just not talented enough to do it. I've tried.
I don't have the motivation to write a book, if that makes sense. I'll write like the outline of the book, and I'm like, I know what the story is, so I'm not going to bother writing it. Like, I can outline a book to a T. I can create beautiful worlds and then just not write about them because I'm like, I know what happens. I don't have the motivation to write about it.
I swear I entered every single giveaway for At Home Yark and won nothing. I literally entered everything I saw on Twitter that sounded good, and then I only entered one on Instagram, and I won the Instagram one and won one of the Twitter ones. And I was like,
I'm very jealous that you won both of those, because those were the two arcs that I was really looking forward to as well. Twin Crowns and Defy the Night. I'm like, you get all the luck. Share it, please.
So excited. Last year's one, I only won one, but that was like one of my most anticipated books of the year, and it ended up being on my top 10 favourites. So let's hope Defy the Night follows in the same path. Howdy. Afternoon, everyone. I'll be reading Crave while doing stuff around the house.
Is that a vampire book?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I will need to read it. I am still a 12-year-old child. I need to read about vampires.
It was originally marketed as the new Twilight, but I don't see, or like a Twilight knockoff, I don't see the relations between Twilight and Crave. Like, I don't see it at all.
No, because Crave is actually good.
Book. Yeah, it's a vampire book, but it's got other creatures in it as well. I don't want to say too much because it kind of gives away like the first book. But yeah, it was both Crave and Crush were both on my top 10 last year, and then Court is on my top 10 this year, and no, Covette, sorry.
Covette.
Court is coming out.
Court's not out yet.
Court's coming out in November, and I'm so excited for it. I'm just like, I need it in my hands.
I mean, you haven't even got Covette at the moment because it's here.
I
can see your copy of it here.
I know.
Hello. Finished Slime and Stuart's for my Olaf prompt just before the sprint. Now time to study. I love that you're reading the Horrible Histories books. I was obsessed with Horrible Histories, Horrible Science, Horrible Geography, all of that stuff. So then obviously the TV show was also obsessed with Horrible Histories. And I want to reread all the books now because they're easy, especially for prompts like read a book under 300 pages. We'll be carrying on with Red, White and Royal Blue, and I'm sad to say not loving it halfway through. Hopefully it picks up, then switching to Cersei. Oh,
my heart hurts.
It is one of those books not everyone loves, but
yeah, definitely. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. It's much better than One Last Stop, in my opinion, anyway.
I haven't read One Last Stop yet.
So I've read both of them. One Last Stop I finished last week. And I have to say, I think Red, White and Royal Blue they're two separate genres, I feel. Red, White and Royal Blue is your cheesy, romantic comedy, in very unrealistic scenarios. Like me and you would never meet the prince. Like, we wouldn't be like the daughter of the first, daughter of the president or anything like that. So it's unrealistic in its setting. One Last Stop is unrealistic in its scenario and what happens in it, but realistic in everything else. And it's not that cheesy romance. It's quite, I won't say hard-hitting at times, but it's quite serious in its approach.
I don't think One Last Stop is a romance at all. Like, it is, but it's not the main genre of it. In my opinion, the main genre of One Last Stop is it's a mystery.
Yeah.
And if it had been marketed as such, I would have gone expecting that and enjoyed it more.
You saying that has made me want to read it more. Because it sounds more interesting.
If you want a mystery, read it. If you want a romance, then stick to Red, White and Royal Blue. And I didn't particularly enjoy One Last Stop, but that's just me. I was very sad about it.
I have seen people being so disappointed in it, but like you said, it's probably because of how it was marketed. It's been marketed completely differently.
Casey McQuiston's announced her next book, and I think it's something to do with is it YA? I can't remember, but it's like academic enemies to lovers sort of thing. And I'm just like, okay, I know to avoid it. Just don't go near it. I probably will anyway because it's Casey McQuiston. But like, I can go into it expecting not to like it because I have officially accepted I just don't like enemies to lovers at all. So it's just like, like if you go into it knowing what you're going into, then it's fine.
I love enemy to lovers. So that book sounds Like, I'm going to love it, because I gave Red,
that.
White and Royal Blue 5 stars and One Last Stop 4 stars. So, you know, let's try and bring Casey back up to another 5-star.
I think you can do it.
Reading The Life and Death of Charlie St. Cloud. Nice. Look, I loved Twilight when I was a teenager, but as I have grown up and watched the films, I hate it, okay? Or hate might be a bit of a strong word, but I dislike it greatly.
I was a huge Twilight fan. Twilight was the first YA book that I read, and it was the first book that got me into reading. It's made me who I am today in terms of the level of reading that I'm reading at the moment. However, when Midnight Sun came out, I was so excited, and so I read it. After reading it, I realised how creepy Edward is. And it's not ruined the books for me, because I always subconsciously knew that what he is doing is creepy as hell. But it's just reading it fresh, as a fresh story as such, with Midnight Sun. And as a 26-year-old, I think I read it as 25, but as a 25-year-old, I was like, that was not a realistic representation of relationships.
Yeah, I'm not reading Midnight Sun, partly because I'm one of those people that when that first chapter got leaked years ago, and, you know, Stephanie Meyer had a strop and was like, well, I'm not releasing it now. I read that chapter and I was like, I kind of want it more, but at the same time don't. And then it actually got released. I was like, yeah, I don't want it. I'm cool. I'll stick with what I had. Thanks.
Yeah. I struggle with Twilight. Basically, it was what got me into reading, and I literally read like Breaking Dawn in one sitting. Like, that was how much I loved Twilight. Like, and it's a chunky book.
It is.
And I just like sat down, read it in one go, and then just like sobbed at the fact it was the last book, and I've refused to pick up anything else Twilight related because I don't want to do it. And I know that Edward is creepy, but I do not care. I love Twilight. I always will.
Yeah.
Especially the movies. The movies are like major. They're awful, but they're such good like guilty pleasures. Like, they're so bad, but I love it.
Because when they've all been re-released onto Netflix, I tried to watch Twilight, and I got like 60 minutes. Like, I could only watch it in 10-minute bursts, like 10-15 minutes, and then I had to close it off because I was just cringing so much internally. And I'm like, that was what I was doing internally, like just curling up into a ball because I couldn't watch it. I think I'm on like the 60-minute mark, and I still haven't finished it. And I'm like, I need to finish the movie because I want to move on, because I feel like Twilight is the cringiest, and New Moon, Eclipse, and Breaking Dawn Part 1 and Part 2, although we won't talk about the CGI baby.
Oh, no.
So yeah, I feel like they're less cringy in their approach. The first one was just, I need to finish it so I can move on to New Moon.
Nothing will ever beat that moment in Breaking Dawn Part 2 in the cinema. And I won't say what it is because we all know what it is.
We know.
That
cinema has never had a reaction like that. Like, I'm sorry, well, to be fair, I've seen like Endgame like reactions online, but that doesn't even like touch
all of us
girls watching Breaking Dawn. Like, it was just,
when I went to the midnight showing of Endgame, and the bit in Endgame, the entire cinema lost it, and it was a bigger reaction than when I was in the cinema watching Breaking Dawn Part 2. They're the two best cinema experiences of my life, though.
The best one,
like
so I saw Breaking Dawn Part 2 after doing a Twilight movie marathon in the cinema. So we were in the cinema from like 3 o'clock in the afternoon right until like 1 o'clock, 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning once we'd finished Breaking Dawn Part 2. And so we'd been in the cinema for a long time. And when that clip came on, there was only like 6 people in the cinema. We all just like looked at each other and went, what the fuck? What? Because obviously people who go to the midnight viewing have obviously read the books. Like, they were die-hard Twilight fans. They'd read the books. They'd watched all the movies. And so we all looked at each other and went, what? No!
I'm noticing the comments that are getting up, so I'm going to quickly go through the comments because I could talk about this for hours.
Yeah.
I've got 100 pages left of The Box in the Woods to read today, and I also need to film. Nice. Good morning, all. I'm reading Shark Summer and will be unhauling more books and reorganising my shelves. Nice. We love productivity. Yes. 90 pages left of your book. You can do that today. Easy. I'm literally here to hold Becca accountable and see if she's going to read our live buddy read pages. Okay, so this is my plan today. I have to read my buddy read pages of this for Fran and my buddy read pages of this for Kelly. I promise this is what's happening today. I will be caught up in these sprints. So thank you for holding me accountable, Kelly. Appreciate that. My mum borrowed my Loki complete collection of comics and she's reading that. Because we love Loki. Finished my book for Musha yesterday. Has finished Dragonhaven. Nice. Sorry guys, I feel bad when I don't enjoy his book as I want to love it. We can't. Not everyone's going to love the same books. Forgot Your Life, but Now I'm Here. You're not that late. We haven't done a sprint yet. I would love Twilight to my dying breath. Oh, yeah. As a grown-up, you should just realise how toxic the relationships are. Yeah, I mean, even as a teenager, I was never an Edward fan. I mean, I wasn't a Jacob fan either. They were both creepy, but I just loved Jasper. Not for Bella to be with him. I was just a Jasper fan. My sister still loves the Twilight series. Ed was such a creep in the first movie when he likes watching Bella sleep. Oh, it makes me cringe. I can't. I think Stephanie Meyer has a special talent of making the brain be boring. Like in Twilight, Bella is boring. Then in Midnight Sun, Edward is boring, but Bella's actually has a personality.
Yeah.
Did anyone watch Becca's video about problematic relationships? It was fine at the time, but there are so many books out there to read. I have not watched that yet, but I'm really interested because from what I have heard people saying about it, I'm going to end up agreeing with basically everything Becca says in it. But it's one of the videos that's on my What to Later, which I'm gradually getting through. Gradually. My friend shouted in the cinema that didn't happen in the book.
See, we didn't physically say that to people. We all just gasped and looked at each other.
Afternoon. That was the best moment in the cinema. Or we dragged a highly embarrassing other half to the cinema. I can't actually remember who I went with to see it. I can't remember who I was with when I saw Breaking Dawn Part 2. Can't remember.
I think I probably dragged my mum, to be honest with you, the age I was at the time.
Yes, I have, and she handled it so well. I'm guessing this is about Becca's video. Definitely recommend Becca's video. So many good points. Yeah, it's one that I'm looking forward to getting to. Because I think it sort of come about because someone commented on one of her videos saying, oh, this book is so problematic. And like she's had that a few times where people are saying the books and she's like, I know what's happening in the book is problematic. I'm not saying it's a good thing. Like, let people read these books just because they've got like problematic themes in them. Like, just let people read them.
Sometimes I like to read problematic relationships because then it shows me what I shouldn't be looking for, if that makes sense. By reading about it, I can see the signs in real life.
Like, I've been in a toxic relationship, and, you know, looking back, when I read these books, I'm like, how did I not see this when I was in that relationship? So it's like therapeutic kind of, because I'm like, I escaped, it's fine. But I'm sorry, you saw Twilight 12 times in the cinema. A Team Jacob hoodie.
See, my thought here is how much do you spend on cinema tickets? Like,
because even if you find a cheap cinema, like there's one by me that's literally £5 a ticket, that's still a lot of money. I'm not going to do the maths because I'm really bad at maths.
That would be 60 quid, even if it was only £5 a ticket.
Jeez. That's a lot of money. Yes, that part in Breaking Dawn part 2 was really 2 hours of my life I'll never get back. I would say 2 hours of my life, but I've watched it more than once. I agreed with Becca completely. Well worth a watch. Oh my god, I'm so dumb. I thought these were on Christy's channel.
I cannot host this readathon. Hi.
Okay, so having some technical difficulties today, so I'm not going to be able to put a timer on the screen because my laptop hates me. So I'm going to just do a banner, but shall we start off with a 40-minute sprint and go to the hour? Because I know Liv only has 40 pages left of her book and she needs to finish it. So just like bust out that last 40 pages and then we can do like half-hour sprints later.
I hope I don't cry.
I saw it by myself like 5 times, then with friends and my mum. It was a lot. Yeah, pretend it doesn't exist. Pretend the whole thing doesn't exist. I'm sorry to people who love it, okay? Have about 50 pages left of A Winter's Promise, so we shall be finishing that. Then moving on to Assassin's Apprentice. Nice. And then we have Assassin's Apprentice.
TBR for this month. I have it on my TBR this month, and I'm just terrified of it.
We all know by now my feelings on Assassin's Apprentice. Yet I'm reading Ship of Magic. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, let's read till hour. You alright there?
Yeah.
See you in 40.
See you in 40.
Bye.
Hello.
Hello.
How did you do?
Well, I finally got everything over onto my laptop, so I started editing, and I also watched Becca's video because I was intrigued by what everyone was saying. So,
well, I'm glad you got it all sorted with your files.
yeah, and I was like, oh my god! So it's my July wrap up. I didn't film it until like the 9th, and so I'm finally actually gonna upload it today. And I just had such an awful reading month last month that it's like I'm editing this and I'm like, should I even upload this? Like, this is just dreadful. Like, my mood filming it is awful because I know that I didn't really enjoy anything. And it's just like, I'm gonna upload it because I think it would annoy me more missing a month.
Yeah.
But like, I've
And
said
plus,
in the video, like, take all of my reviews with a pinch of salt because I'm very aware that half of it was probably me and not the book.
Yeah, and like not everyone can have like great reading months, love everything all the time. So it's like it's more realistic, even though it sucks when you have a month where you're either slumping or don't enjoy anything.
Oh, it was literally, I had like the majority worked out. It was like 3 stars, and then I had like 2s and 1s, and then right at the very end of the month, I picked up a 5-star and then a 4-star novella, which was like 40 pages. So like,
oh,
it's behind me.
Fingers crossed, August is going better.
I've read one book, so not really, but the one book I did read was 5 stars. So
quality, not quantity.
Yeah.
Liv, did you finish?
I did.
Is it a 5-star?
Yeah.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Did you cry?
No, I nearly cried. It wasn't sad crying. It was just emotional crying. There was a point that I nearly cried at the beginning of the book because something happened. And then the ending was very uplifting, if that makes sense. And it made me quite emotional. But I know I haven't processed words yet.
Okay. I'll come back to you later and ask again.
Yeah.
But 5-star is great. That's great. I mean, we kind of knew it was going to be a 5-star for you.
Yeah. I'm currently writing the review because I thought I need to just word vomit.
Yeah, that's fair.
So we'll see what happens after I've word vomited onto my blog.
I read like 37 pages of L'Oreal, but I also got lunch, which is why my camera was off because I was eating. But I've almost finished the pages I need to read for this, which means, Kelly, if you're still here, I'll be reading Ship of Magic. I've been listening to the audiobook along with reading, which is really helping. It's really good. But yeah. This was just before we went. I don't know why I've been tempted to read the Twilight books, never have, and I feel I won't like it. I think the first 2 movies maybe, and was like, can't help but stare at a car wreck. That is literally the best like way of describing it. It is literally.
I think if you've never read them before, don't start now. Yeah. Like if I was to read them for the first time now, I wouldn't like them. But because they were what got me into reading, I will forever like them because without them, I would not be here today.
Yeah, it's the nostalgia of the experience of it. Yeah. Finishing The Shadow Rising and then on to Assassin's Quest. My brother is here. Hello. Just joined, got my 2nd vaccine today, and I'm reading The Unbroken. May switch to Night Shadow later on. Yay for 2nd vaccine. I think I get to book in my 2nd one this week. I'm going to phone them Monday. Yay.
I'm having my 2nd one on Wednesday.
Yeah, because you had your first one literally like 2 days before I had my first one, didn't you?
Yeah, but yes, it was meant to be like a full week and a half before you.
Yeah.
But then things went down and didn't happen, and then I ended up getting it anyway.
I've been double vaccinated for like months. I was very, very lucky. I've been double vaccinated for, honestly, I cannot even remember when my second vaccine was. It was that long ago. Like,
you are very lucky.
Very lucky, yes.
I can't wait to finally get it and know that I'm fully vaccinated, because I'm in that limbo at the moment because only half vaccinated. And also I need to just get it over and done with because I am really not good with needles. So I just want to get it over and done with so that it's done and I haven't got to think about needles again for a while.
I think they are starting a round of boosters after you've had your second jab for 6 months.
I mean, that's fine, but that gives me 6 months to then prepare again. So I just want to get the initial one over and done with. Hoping to finish my reread of Scythe today. Yes. Are you going to be joining us for the Scythe Along live show, which we still have? I think we've picked a date. I think. I'll have to talk to Ashley and Rachel about that. I think we have, but we haven't like scheduled it or anything. 22 pages done, 45 pages of the enemy and some planning, 50 pages of the, I was about to say the woods in the box. No, the box in the woods. 26 pages of the kingdom. Nice. Finished writing a review and read 30 pages. Nice. Yes, Ashley, how are you liking the kingdom? I know how she's liking the kingdom because she messaged me yesterday and I'm happy because she's enjoying it. Hello. No reading done this time, but hopefully during next spring. In between sorting the washing and stuff. I was like, there's another comment there. I'm loving it so far. Very easy reading and feel really invested in it. Hello, I'm reading Hood Neighbours by Sarah Langan, contemporary about feuding neighbours. Nice. I'm really daunted by Defy the Night because I've rated all of Bridget Kemmerer's books 4.55 stars and this one just doesn't seem like my cup of tea. Oh no. I mean, I hope you like it if you read it.
I will say it is similar to her book, her Curse, A Curse Dark and Lonely books. Yeah. Cursebreakers books. I think it's a very similar style to that. Yes, it's full fantasy rather than somewhat urban fantasy because part of it's set in our world.
Yeah.
This one is fully in a different world, but it's very simple fantasy is what I'm going to call it. It's fantasy, but it's still our same ideologies, our same species. They're all human. It's all there's no magic in it either. So
that's good. That's probably why you found it so easy to read.
Yeah, it's got political elements to it, which is something that I did not see coming. It wasn't advertised as that, but there's political elements in it. But yeah, it's a very, very good, easy read.
Nice.
We like easy reads here.
Yes. Let's just put it this way. It got me hooked after like the first 10 pages. It wasn't even that. It was like I literally read the first page and I was like, okay, we're getting into this book. To page 10 came and went. I was like, right, I need to finish it now.
That helicopter's going past again. Anyway, as a usual Sunday, got Wee Man ready and going to take him to Granny's. Hope he has fun. No reading, but made breakfast. Nice. 4th of September is the Scythe live show. There we go. Hello, just joined and I'm hoping to get lots of my reread of Percy Jackson done today. It helps that Percy Jackson is such an easy read, especially if it's going to be a reread as well. This is why I'm rereading Scythe for the live show at the end of the month. I first read it in 2018. Yeah, I read it in June because I read it for Whatever-a-thon because I got extra points because it was one of Spoops' favourites. Read 2 chapters and ate lunch. Also had my second vaccine on Friday. Nice. We love that. Probably used the next sprint for a power nap. I woke up at 5:30 a.m. because I have to change my sleep cycle. Oh. Yeah, power nap. Sounds like a plan. Sounds like a plan. I I'm really getting in. Something major just happened in this, and I was like, I want to keep reading. And this is the only issue when you're hosting sprints. You can't just mute and just carry on reading. You have to like actually read, like stop reading and talk again. But so Liv, what book are you going to pick up next?
I don't know yet. I don't think I'm going to pick up a book in these sprints. I think I'm going to finish writing my book review. And then I think I'm going to try and sort out my books that I'm selling, because I have 3 piles of books that I've unhauled, and I've yet to sort them out. I mean, I have Fairy Loot editions in there, Owl Crate editions, I have Fairy Loot editions, Luma Crate, Litjoy,
all of the fancy books.
Some of the fancy books, and then just some normal paperbacks. But I need to go through them all, and there's some bookish items from bookish boxes that I want to sell as well. So I just need to go through it all really, and get that sorted. And I might try and tidy like my desk space as well, because I'm where I'm working from the office now. That's just covered in junk. I need to get it cleared off. So then I'm going to use these productivity sprints for the rest of the afternoon, because hell, I need productivity.
Yeah, use them for productivity. I mean, obviously I'm going to be reading, but that's because I need to catch up on buddy reads. And also, I'm probably not going to read anything this evening because I ordered Pokemon Sword last night. So I'm going to be playing that this evening because that's going to be coming any time really between 2 and 6. So
I'm hoping that if I can sell enough books, I might be able to buy my Yalt tickets this week.
Oh, yeah.
If I can sell the books.
Especially because they're exclusive editions as well, most of them.
Yeah. The exclusive editions I normally sell for about 20 quid, dependent on what they are. And I mean, I've got a Litjoy collectible cup that I'm selling. I think I'm selling 2 of those actually, because I think I'm going to sell my red, white and royal blue, not red, white and royal blue,
what? Give it to me.
I was going to say, I was like, there wasn't a red, white and royal blue
one. No, Duck Shade of Magic. I was thinking red, black and thinking of the Londons.
You were thinking of the different shades.
Yeah, Shades of Magic. So yeah, I think I'm going to sell that one as well. So yeah, I've got a few bits that I need to get rid of. So yeah.
I mean, you started going through them last night.
To be fair, I am quite like the beginning of yesterday. My room was an absolute tip. Depression pit was what was going on.
Yeah,
it was full on. Nothing was in the right place. Everything was everywhere. But now I can see floor. My floor is clear. Everything is in piles. It's organised to an extent. We're not going to talk about the mess that is one of these cupboards that is just full of stuff. It's my random cupboard.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Exactly. So yeah. We'll see.
Nice. You'll like this. She's like, Crave. Yeah, Jade sometimes mutes herself on lives and reads on. Or like extends the timer and hopes no one will notice. Finished Curse So Dark and Lonely the other night and I couldn't go to sleep afterwards. Can't describe how much I love that. Yes.
Yes.
The whole trilogy. I can't deal with how much I love that series. So much.
I feel so left out whenever people start talking about fantasy series and I'm just sitting here and I'm like, that sounds nice.
I'm like that when people start talking about contemporary, because although I have got a bit more into contemporary recently, I'm a fantasy and sci-fi girl. I say that, but one of the main shelves you can see in most of my videos, it is all contemporary. The whole shelf, stacked as well. It's like stacked. It's not like normal shelf. It's stacked, and it's all contemporary, apart from 2. But I don't like contemporary.
I have like half a shelf on my TBR that's like fantasy, and like the whole rest of the massive shelf is like contemporary. It's great.
See, I'm the best of both. I don't like high fantasy, but urban fantasy, low fantasy, I like, and then I love contemporary as well.
I can handle like urban fantasy.
Yeah.
Like that's fine. But it's like as soon as you try and throw me into like a brand new world, I'm like, ha ha ha, what's this?
Yeah.
That's why I like low fantasy rather than high fantasy, because low fantasy is kind of, I would call Defy the Night low fantasy, because it's got our ideologies, our way of living in it.
Yeah.
But it's a fantasy world.
Yeah.
See, I always say, oh yeah, I prefer like low fantasies, but if you look at my shelves, most of them are high fantasies with a few low fantasies in there. But I like all of them because I'm not fussy with fantasies. Yes, for Pokemon Sword. The only reason I caved, I've been thinking about it for a while, because I used to get every single Pokemon game for a handheld console that ever came out. I've still got all of them from like the original Game Boy, where it was like the yellow, blue and red ones. I've got them all, but I haven't had one since Heart Gold and Soul Silver. And then my nephew was playing his Pokemon Sword the other day, and I was like, oh yes, it was yesterday, and I was like, oh, I kind of want to get it, so I just bought it.
I want to get. I think I want to go for the Shield one because it's blue, and I prefer the water Pokemon.
See, I went for Sword because he showed me the Pokemon that like is it exclusive, I think, and I was like, yeah, I prefer that one, and I already know what starter I'm gonna get because he showed me the starters as well. But I'm going for the fire Pokemon because, of course, I am.
I think I need to do some research because I do want to get a Pokemon game for my Switch.
He's also got me back into playing Pokemon Go on this, and it's Eevee Community Day today, and I've already caught 3 Eevees from sitting in my house. Is it your Monica cupboard?
Yes, it's my Monica cupboard with bookish stuff. It's my bookish Monica cupboard.
I love the fact you have enough bookish stuff to have a Monica cupboard of only bookish stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cursebreaker Trilogy is so good. Give me next year for the spin-off continued series. I am so excited for that. When she announced, I was like, I wanted to cry. I was so happy. Had to go to Waterstones the next day to get the second book. Yes. So good. I got a e-arc of Curse of Dark and Lonely, so I read it before it came out and then had to wait. I was like, I'm going to have to wait forever for book 2, and then I managed to find someone who was trading their arc of the second book, so I got to read the second one early, and then I didn't get any sort of arc in any format of the third book, so I actually had to wait even longer, so it caught up with me, and I was like, this isn't cool.
See, I got the e-arc of Curse of Dark and Lonely as well, but that was at the time where I wasn't reading arcs. It was kind of like, I so I didn't read Curse of Dark and Lonely until I got it in the Fairy League box. And then you traded the arc, so I read the Heart, So Fierce and Broken arc once you'd finished it. And then I had to wait because, again,
we both felt the pain of that wait.
Yes.
And then I didn't even end up reading A Vow So Bold and Deadly the moment I got it, because it was January and we had our Royal Readathon Prince edition, and I completely forgot to include it, knowing I would be getting it.
I can't remember when I read that. I'm gonna have to look.
I think you read it like a week or 2 before me, so it was in February or late January.
Yeah.
I usually get Pokemon for my birthday, since they usually come out November 20th, Friday just before my birthday, but this year they aren't. Oh. Yeah, I used to get them every year for Christmas. But my mum and dad used to get me, so you know how like it would be gold and silver would come out and they would have very slight differences, and then like obviously sword and shield and that. They would get me both. And I would use my DS, because it was Game Boy Advance games at first. So I would use my DS to have one of the games in, and then I would use my Game Boy Advance to have the other, and I'd trade over my starter Pokemon so I could end up with all 3 starters on one of the games. Loopholes. So I would like be able to complete my Pokedex because I could just trade stuff over from the other spare game. I did that with every single one. This is the first time hearing of a Cursebreaker spin-off. Bridget posted about it on her Twitter a few weeks back, and I completely freaked out, as did Liv.
Yeah.
We were really freaking out. Was it you that saw it first and sent it to me?
Yeah, I think it was, because I'm always on Bridget's Instagram. Always.
Yeah. Well, Chloe, I'm about to send you the tweet about it. So I've sent you the tweet about it, Chloe. I think this is a daft question, but is it worth me reading Cursebreaker series? If you like the sound of it, then I highly recommend it, because it's not high fantasy. So if you like fantasy, yes. Basically. Yes, read it. Keep wanting to buy that series, but they never have book 1 in Waterstones. Oh. See, I won't read my paperbacks because their spines are like all silvery and shiny, and I don't want to break the spine, so I read my hardbacks instead. That was the only reason I got hardbacks, because I didn't want to read my paperbacks.
See,
I'm that person.
I think I had to read my Vow paperback because I was getting the Fairy Loot hardbacks.
Yeah.
And the Vow hardback didn't come until no, I did read the hardback because I was going to read the paperback, but then because I waited until February to read it, my Fairy Loot had turned up at that point. So I did read the hardback of Vow.
I read about the first 30-ish pages of my paperback of Val, and then someone gifted me the hardback off my wish list. So I was like, this is perfect timing because I can now read my hardback. But I had to transfer all the Post-it notes because I tabbed it, and I had to transfer the Post-it notes, which there was a fair few from the first 30 pages. So I had to transfer them over to the hardback, which was fun. I read the first book in ebook and said to my friend that I'm going to have to get the physical books and have them in my hands to read the rest of the trilogy. Such a good trilogy. I love it so much. Didn't think about breaking the spines of the silver spines. I mean, for me, obviously if I didn't have the hardbacks, then I would do it. But I would be reading it like this. So I didn't break the spine because they're just too pretty.
My mum actually said to me yesterday, she was like, oh, I really want to read that. I bought The Thursday Murder Club by Richard Osman because I was like, that actually sounds like it could be hilarious. And so I was like, I bought it, and Mum's like, oh, I really want to read that. And I was like, all right, yeah, like, whatever. She's like, I don't want to borrow your copy. And I was like, okay. And she's like, well, I'm just scared in case, I accidentally, break a spine or like bend a page. And I was just like, well, I mean, if you did break the spine, I would have just been like, very kindly, please buy me another copy. Like, that's all. Like, I'm sorry, I don't break the spines on my book. I read a little life and didn't break the spine. So, like...
My God, how? That thing is huge.
I don't break spines. It just stresses me out. It's the inconsistency of it on my shelf. Like, I'm fine tabbing books. I can write in a book because when it goes back on the shelf, you can't see that. But it's like, I don't want to look at my shelf and, like, it's just the inconsistency. If all of the spines were broken, it wouldn't bother me. But it's, like, the inconsistency of it. I'm just like,
There are some books, like, it doesn't bother me if there's a crease in the spine, because that's kind of unavoidable for me with paperbacks, especially if I get so into a book, I'm, like, proper, like, reading it like this, it's gonna like crease. But the only books I have broken spines of, obviously books I've bought secondhand, like in a charity shop and stuff, but my Mistborn books, I'm going to do it this because it's a library book where the spine's already broken, but I had to literally do that, little parts of it, so that I could actually read it because it was so stiff. I couldn't open the book without breaking the spine. So I had to go through and just like do that at little parts of the books because they're this sort of chunky, they're huge. I don't mind doing it this because it's a library book that's already pretty bad. I wasn't gonna like show an example with my actual book. but yeah, like creases in spines doesn't bother me, and if it's a book that I've bought from a charity shop, I can deal with a broken spine, like the Daughter of Smoke and Bone books that my mum now has, like my paperbacks, because I got the Illumicray ones. But the paperbacks, I bought them all from charity shops and they're battered. But I paid 50p each for them, so you don't mind so much when you're paying nothing.
Yeah.
Oh, no. I did the wrong one. Nope. Still did the wrong one. Amazon are doing the hardback book set, but it doesn't come out till October. What is that for Curse Breakers?
I'm looking it up.
Huh. The hardbacks are gorgeous. I love my hardbacks of them. Mine has a slight break in the spine, but you like can't see it unless properly looking due to the silver hiding it nicely. Oh yeah, true. I just like them being perfect because I like them. That's literally me. My friends and my family never borrow me because my spines are never broken. I trust my mum to borrow my books because she is the exact same as me with her books. My friend Charlie, I trust because I've like accidentally trained her to be like me with books. She used to dog-ear pages. She used to some of her books are battered. But since she started borrowing books off me, like when I lent her a book, I lent it to her with a bookmark and a book sleeve. And it somehow trained her to be like that. So I lend my books to her, and my sister has one of my books. She actually has Red, White and Royal Blue. But that's also a floppy paperback, so you can't really break that spine. So I know it's safe anyway. But I know she'd be careful with it. But I don't lend my books out to many people.
I'm more worried about not getting them back. Like I gave my mum a book. I bought Michelle Obama's book when it like came out, and I still don't have it back. I'm just like, hon, I will give you my books, but please actually return them. I know where it is, so like it's fine, but
thankfully it's a book series that I sold long ago. But when I was younger, I was 16. I lent a book to a friend, and I never got it back, ever. We're no longer friends anymore. We just drifted apart. We didn't fall out or anything. But yeah, never got it back.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, there's only certain people that I'll trust with my books. Welcome back, Bex. Welcome back, Bex. It's always weird saying my name. Becca was saying this the other day as well. It's weird when you're like saying your name as in reference to another person. I had a new book that I let my mum read, and she pulled the pages behind the back of the book. Oh, now I can picture what that is.
You're going to give me an aneurysm thinking about that.
That hurts. Actually hurts. Hello. And then my friend come round once and said, if you want to grab a book, you can. And when she finished a chapter, she dog-eared the page. My friend Ellen was here, and she wanted to read Good Girl's Guide to Murder. So I was like, oh yeah, we'll sit down and read. And at one point, she was getting so into the book, she was like this, and I just went, and she looked at me, she's like, I'm sorry, I didn't realise. I was like, I'm sorry, I can't do this.
I just can't.
But it was fine. That book's still in good condition. And she was reading it at mine, so it never left the house. And I like got to keep an eye on her. I'm up to at least 70 books on hauling. You are on a roll. That's amazing. There's so many Beccas, etc. on BookTube or in just general. Like when I was in school, in my year in school, there was 6 Rebeccas and 5 of us they decided to put in the same classes. Why would you do that? 3 of us were in the same form class and the other 2 were in the other form class. But then when it came to lessons like music and like French and everything, they put us all in the same class. And it was like, why did you not think this through and think, no, we'll make life a bit easier for them? It was clearly a very popular name in the 90s. Only broken spines are hardbacks because the jacket hides it and they look, no. Even with hardbacks, I don't break. No. I
don't understand how you break a hardback spine.
Oh, don't. My nephew, he sent me a video on TikTok where someone was like, me, who reads my books like this, not cracking the spine. And then he was like, me, who reads hardbacks like this, and just like literally went like that with the hardback. And I was like, I hate you. Why would you send me this video? Like, why? Like, why would you do this to me? I can't look at that.
I think it's like a bit of a thing on TikTok. Like a few people have done it where they'll actually just totally destroy a book just to get the views on TikTok. And it's just like, okay.
I will look at the tags of a video, and if I think it's going to be, I'll just scroll. I'm like, nope, not happening. Not watching this. In my year, there were 3 Rebeccas, and they put all of us in one class. Yeah. It's always fun. It wasn't too bad because there was a Becky, a Becca, and I was Becca. I was Becca. There was a Rebecca, a Becky. No, there was 2 Beckys, but they spelt their name differently, which was fine on paper, not when you're talking though. And then the other girl decided she wanted to be Bexy with a Z and I and everything. So it was like, do you know what? It's fine because it's going to make it easier when we're talking. But yeah, there was no like Bex or anything, which it would have just been easier for one of them to be like Bex or Beck. But no. I don't know how to not break spines. I try not to. It's a skill. Sometimes it makes reading a bit awkward because you have to sometimes read like this. But I'm so used to it that it doesn't really faze me anymore.
Yeah. I don't even think about it, and then I'll be reading and someone's like, are you not going to actually open the book? And I'm like, that's just how I read. Like,
it's open enough to see the words.
Yeah, it's like, why are you all getting mad at me? I'm not forcing you to read like this. Like, calm down.
People get so annoyed. And it's like, the thing is, I don't like that people break spines, but as long as you don't break the spine on my book, do what you want with your books.
And like, I love looking at shelves that have like broken spines on them as long as it's not mine. Like,
exactly. Because Harry likes to see me cringe. Yes, he does like to see me cringe. That's why he sends me these TikToks. Yeah, Harry also sends the TikToks to Tony because he hates us. Hi.
Hello.
It is a hot day.
Yeah.
It is really hot. I do break spines. I don't want a neck hernia. That's fair. Yeah, I mean, I sometimes read in the most awkward positions, so yeah. Okay, I've just noticed the time. Should we do a 25-minute sprint to take us to the hour, and then next time we'll try not to talk for as much. So we can
I did find the hardbacks.
Ooh.
The hardback book set's being released on the 12th of October. For $38.09 at the moment, but the retail's $40.81.
I mean, I don't know why I'm saying, they're the exact same hardbacks that I have. So
see, I don't have those hardbacks. I have the Fairy hardbacks and the paperbacks, but I don't have these hardbacks.
Oh no. It's Christmas in a few months, isn't it? Okay, we'll read. We'll stop talking and we'll read into the hour. Hello. How did everyone do? So, Christy will be back in a little bit. I don't know where Liv has gone. Oh, there she is. You're still muted.
I'm back. So I was sorting out one of my tops. So that's done. I've sorted out my top. I've finished my blog review. So now all that I've got left to do to sort out in my room is my desk. So next sprint I'll be doing my books.
Nice. I managed to finish my Buddy Read pages of L'Oreal and get 20 pages of Shift of Magic read. So this is basically my my reading for the rest of the day because I've got to catch up. But there was a few messages just before we went. My dad came into my room once and asked how many of my books I had actually read because they all looked perfect. Yeah, most of mine look perfect. But I have read a lot of them. Hello.
Hello.
Thank you. I did so spoiler for my video that goes up on Wednesday. I did the Loki book tag that Eric over at Break Even Books created, and I felt it was only necessary to do green eyeshadow because I was going to be wearing my Loki dress for it, so I did green eyeshadow. But thank you. What book series is that? I think that was about the Curse Breakers series with the hardback set.
Yes.
That we were talking about. So I like Curse So Dark and Lonely and that. I called it. I said, I think I know what Liv's getting for Christmas. Read 28 pages that time. 18 pages. 36 pages of My Calamity Jane. About 16 pages, then dozed off. 16 pages is still good. But yeah, I'm interested in this. I'm glad I'm enjoying this more than I enjoyed Assassin's Apprentice because I did not like that. But this is actually starting to get interesting, which I'm liking. Well, it's not starting to get interesting. It's been interesting for a while. But you know what I mean. I'm getting more and more invested in it, which I'm very happy with. Yay!
Yay! What'd you get?
Yes. Which rating and do you know what you're reading next? Done with my unread shelf. Have to organise my favourite shelf and then probably back to reading. I don't know though. I'm now in a cleaning mood. Yeah, once you get into a cleaning mood, you're like on it and you don't want to stop. Well, I get like that. Like once I start, I'm good. Thank you. I have the Fairy Lit hardbacks and the paperbacks. Brilliant series. Yes, such a good series. Yeah, I have the normal hardbacks and I have the paperbacks and I have the arc of A Heart So Fierce and Broken. I am determined to get the arcs for A Curse So Dark and Lonely and Vow So Bold and Deadly, but no one is getting rid of them. And the thing is, I need the US arcs because I have the US arc of the second book and it's so frustrating. So frustrating. I read about 20 pages. Didn't care much for Assassin's Apprentice either, so maybe I shouldn't totally count out Hob just yet. Yeah, so many people said I would probably like this one more because it's set at sea, it's got pirates in it, and yeah,
they were right.
They were right. I'm definitely enjoying this more. It is kind of making me want to go back and maybe give the other two books in the first trilogy a go. But I'm still undecided. But this trilogy is really good and you don't have to have read the first trilogy because it follows completely different characters. But yeah, so maybe give it give Hob another go with it. Still reading Anne of Green Gables. Nice. But only got like 50 pages left.
Ooh.
Not rating these books because it's a childhood favourite, so I'm continuing the series. Nice. But yeah.
Your banner's still going, Becca.
Oh yeah.
We ain't reading till o'clock.
We're not. We could do a 55-minute sprint if you want.
Well, to be fair, I've got so many books to sort out.
That is true. Being Ship of Magic then, thank you. Sea Sitting and Pirates are a thing of mine. Yes. This is why I wanted to give it a go. And I'm already so much more invested. So I do highly recommend. I preferred Farseer because I don't love books at sea. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, not everyone is a fan of like pirates and sea settings, but it's one of my... I don't know if I'd class it one of my favourite settings, but I always love books that are set at sea and have pirates in it. So maybe a favourite? Maybe?
I don't think I think my favourite settings would probably be castles. I seem to really like fantasy books about royals.
Yeah.
Or, you know, the rebel who infiltrates the royal setting.
I like those too.
I think that's my favourite favourite fantasy setting.
Yeah. I do like it when there's like a royal family.
I think
which is weird because I have no care for the actual real life royal family.
The setting that I really dislike is space setting. Reading Illuminae, I liked Illuminae, don't get me wrong, but the setting made me uneasy.
See, I love sci-fi, so
yeah,
I don't share that opinion with you.
You
but
don't.
You're not a massive fan of sci-fi, so
no,
that makes sense. Never read a book set at sea. One of the Percy Jackson books is set at sea. Funnily enough, it's called Sea of Monsters. I'm pretty sure that, yeah, it is set at sea, yeah.
Daughter of the Pirate King.
Oh, yeah. Daughter of Pirate King. That's set at sea. The Viper series by Bex Hogan.
These Rebel Waves?
Huh?
These Rebel Waves?
Yeah, that's piratey and set at sea. Partially set at sea. It's also set quite a lot on land as well, but there is also voyages on sea. There's quite a few that I like. Are you looking forward to the Magical Readathon announcement today from G? I am. However, I've got a feeling it's going to be in September, and I've already planned to do Becca's Bookoplathon because I believe that's going to be in September as well. So it's going to be... I find it hilarious. Last week I was like, oh, September can be my readathon free month. And then 2 people are announcing readathons for September. So it's like, no, it's not going to be a readathon free month because I'm going to try and do both. Because I'm really excited to see what G is going to do with that. Like, and the thumbnail looks so cool for it. So I am excited. Lauren is excited too. Yeah, the Red Queen series is a good one for like royalty and stuff as well.
Yeah, I see. I DNF'd that series. It was I couldn't. I read the first book. I read the second book. I read part of the third book, and I just couldn't get into it. So I DNF'd the whole series.
Broke me.
And I think that was my problem, is that it was too doom and gloom for me.
That's fair. Oh, yeah, no, that is fair. It is pretty doom and gloom. I remember reading the third book, thinking it was a trilogy. I don't know why I thought it was a trilogy, but I thought it was a trilogy. So when I got to the end of it, I was fuming because I was like, how are you ending a series like this? But before I went off on a rant, I Googled, and I saw book number 4, TBA release date. I was like, oh, thank you. It was like the relief from knowing it wasn't only a trilogy and she hadn't ended it that way. And I thought the ending for it was so good. And then she released Broken Throne, which is like 5 basically 5 novellas in one book, and 2 or 3 of them are set after the series, which was just so good. But I don't know if you can tell, I'm a massive fan of the Red Queen series. I love fantasy that has royalty in it. Don't care about royals in real life. Yes. I love fictional royal families. I love sci-fi too, but I do find it a lot harder to imagine it, so that's a bummer. Yeah. I think it helps if it's a sci-fi that is set in our world. So just gonna recommend a book series because it's a new favourite. The Dark Stars trilogy by Danielle Rowlands. The first book is called Stolen Time, and it's set on Earth, but in the future, where like tsunamis have like basically destroyed Seattle to the point they've had to raise their living level, and it's really good. So it's set in our world, it's set on Earth, but it's just a little bit in the future, and it's just so good. And it has time travel, so I will always recommend that to anyone who likes sci-fi but doesn't like in space sci-fi. I will like throw that book at people. I will. Have you heard of Sea and Shadow by Will White? That's on my TBR, and there's 2 first books. Each follows different characters and settings. One is a sea setting and one is like a ninja. I've never heard of that, but of Sea and Shadow sounds like a really good book name. So I'm intrigued.
I'm intrigued by the ninja part.
I mean, that one does intrigue me, but the sea one more for me. I hadn't heard Becca was doing Bookopoly this time around, not seen or heard the announcement. The announcement is coming in a few days. She has been teasing on her Instagram and on the Twitter the board that she's creating for it, but she hasn't, I don't know if she's finished it now, but over the last few days she's just been like doing little like teasing pictures of the board, and I think the announcement is coming this week at some point, but as far as I know it's going to be in September, which I'm very excited for. I can't wait to start planning. I'm on the second book. Is that in the Red Queen series? Because if so, this makes me happy. Didn't mean to click send. One is at sea and one follows a ninja character. I mean, that they both sound pretty cool, but I'm gonna go for the sea setting one. That is interesting. Gonna look it up. Yeah, I will literally throw this book at people. I actually saw someone commented on one of my videos where I was talking about how much I loved the third book, and they was like, I went and bought the first book because you were like hyping up the series. I was like, I hope you love it, because then it's the like dread, like, oh my god, what if they don't like it?
Yeah.
But like, I loved it, and it's an underrated series. I don't see anyone talking about it.
Just so you're aware, an hour ago, Becca at the Bookopoly-thon, who wants a prompt reveal every day until the announcement video drops on Thursday.
Yes.
82% said absolutely. So
why are people saying no?
17% said no.
No, you don't say no to that. No, it's a yes from me. My sister is here to just confirm that it is an amazing series, like the Dark Stars trilogy. We buddy read the second and third books. Hello, Bex. Can't wait for G's announcement. I am really excited. Is it tomorrow or today that it... I think it's today. What is time? What is time? Yes. Glass Sword. Glass Sword is my least favourite of the series. So you do have to, like, power through it. But I still like it. It was still a 5-star for me, I think. It is today, 4 p.m, premiering at 4. Awesome. Maybe I can plan it so that there is a sprint at 4 so we can all go watch it during a sprint. Yes. Smart. I like that. It's at 5 for you. Yeah. But we'll do it so that there's like a sprint at that time so that we can go watch it if we want to go watch it. And if we don't want to watch it, we don't have to watch it. But I am very excited. I'm going to just like go vote on Becca's. Is the poll for Becca's thing still going?
Yeah, it's on Book Readathon.
Okay, I'm going to just go vote in the poll because I'm sorry. Like, only 82% said yes. Who are these 18% of people that said, no, I want to wait? No.
I'm quite looking forward to this. Is my first time doing Bookopoly.
It is a wise idea. It is a wise idea. Hello.
Hello.
I'm going to try and do both next month. Also, yes, Becca, plan for it then. Yes. I'm really hoping it works in a way that I don't end up with like a 30 book TBR or something. It should be okay, I say, but I'm probably jinxing it. We'll see. More hellos. But shall we do a half hour or a 45-minute? What do people think? I know, Liv, you're not really fussed because you're not reading anyway. You're doing other
sorting out
things.
books, so I'm kind of easy either way. I'm kind of like.
So we'll see what everyone else thinks. There's a hi for Catherine. I would be no, so it can be a bigger surprise for Thursday. Oh. Yeah, but if you think about how big a Monopoly board is, there's so many prompts that even like in 5 days, you're only going to get 5 of the.
And
not going
to be
be maths,
fair,
but lots of prompts.
You might not get those prompts when you roll the dice.
Exactly.
So you don't know what prompts you're going to get.
The last Bookopoly was epic. Both the month-long one last September and the 48-hour one earlier this year. That 48-hour one was so much fun. But I think
really
I
looking forward
prefer
to taking part.
I think I prefer the full month one because everyone has different prompts because it's based on your own personal roles, which I really like. I'll be doing both too. Let's hope your Jenga cooperates with you this time and helps you out a little bit. 45 minutes, 45. Just looked it up, and yeah, the one book says something like, will you follow on the seas? And the other says, will you follow in the shadows? Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, I like, yeah, there's 2 first book options. That's interesting. I've never known anyone to have that before. But they both do sound really good. 30 minutes. It's mostly 45. Gonna shower, so either for me. 45. It's mostly 45 minutes. 48-hour was the only one I've done. That was amazing. It was so fun. I only got about 6 hours sleep for the entire 48 hours. I really wanted to do the full 48 hours, but there was no way that was happening. But it was really fun. I'll just be hoping my actual TBR game has books which will fit the prompts or all. Yeah, that's the only problem if you've got a TBR game and you want to take part in a readathon. You've got to try and especially with some people's TBRs, like Boggle, it's pure luck on what you get. I know I can't have another August TBR, plus I have to go back to teaching. Oh, that's going to be... I really hope it's nice to you this month. I usually only do one readathon a month, so I think it might be G's depending on how the prompts or setup is. Yeah, that's fair. I do as much as I can. Oh, I do get my sleep because otherwise I can't read. I fall asleep. Yeah, that's fair. Finish Winter's Promise. How was it? I really want to read that so badly. And enjoy lunch. I've just noticed we've gone past the 45 minutes, so we'll do a 40-minute sprint. So we'll read till the hour. So we'll read to the hour. So see you then. Hello.
Hello. I'm back.
Did you have fun?
Yeah, my grandparents. They live really close to me, but for some reason I don't see them as much as I probably should. And my mum messaged and she's like, "Your granny and grand are here," and I was like, "Okay, I'll be 2 minutes." And I was just like, "It's fine, it's fine." And then I thought I could try and be back, and then as you can see, that just wasn't. I got back in like 10 minutes ago, so.
There's no point in rushing when you don't see them.
Yeah. Like I'm very much in like my grandparents come above like all else, you know, when they're just like literally the light of your life. Like no one can replace your grandparents. They're just like the best people on the planet. So I was just like, I can skip a sprint.
Yeah.
I'm sorry if you can hear mowing. I've got my window open because it just got really stuffy in my room. Where I'm moving around and doing stuff. I'm really quite hot, as you can tell by the fact that I've put my hair up.
How are you getting on with sorting out your books? Is that what you're up to, or?
So I haven't got to my books yet. I'm sorting out my bookish stuff at the moment.
I feel like I need a picture of it all, you know, like because you're kind of making me be like, how much is it? Like, how much have you got? Like,
I mean,
she like panned on FaceTime last night, and I was like, "There's so much stuff."
So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 books in that pile. I have
in that pile.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 in that pile. Another 10 in that. That's just the books. Bookish stuff, I don't have as much of bookish stuff to go through. But I've been sorting them out into like £1 or free with any purchase, £2, £3, £5. And then I've got £10, which I'm currently on at the moment, which is, I don't know if I want to get rid of this or not. This is my Chain of Gold.
I'm just looking at mine hanging up on my door.
Tapestry.
It's my favourite chapter in Chain of Gold.
I know, but the thing is that I don't know if I'll ever actually put it up. So do I want to sell it to someone who would use it more than me? Like, I love this thing.
Up for you.
It will just be folded up. And even if I was to get my own place, I still don't know if I would display it then as well.
Because you've got your Beauty and the Beast one, and you've got your Jude and Carden, which is hanging up. So
that's actually a blanket. So
I know it's a blanket. I have that blanket too, but I use it as a blanket.
So I don't know. I'm still umming and ahhing about that.
As someone who has their own place, I will say there is one room in my house that I let be like a bookish room. Do you know what I mean? Like, when I have my, like, you know, my bedroom, you know, I have like actual decorative things that go with the theme of the room. And I'm the same in like my living room, but I do have like my office / which I now call my library just because it makes me feel fancy, which I will paint like a really fun color, and I'm just gonna do it not so that it looks nice, but so that it makes me like happy.
Yeah.
And I would put up stuff like that. So it depends how much room you would have if you were happy like having it everywhere. But do you like Chain of Gold?
Pardon?
Do you like Chain of Gold?
Yes, the Cassandra Clare books goes The Infernal Devices, The Last Hours, which I haven't finished yet. I've still got Chain of Iron to read.
And then Chain of Thorns when it comes out.
And Chain of Thorns when it comes out. But Chain of Gold is up there with the Infernal Devices. Then I think it would have to be Red Scrolls, the Elder's Curse trilogy.
Oh.
Because I'm quite enjoying that. Oh yeah, although I haven't read Lost Book of the White. I did really enjoy Red Scrolls of Magic.
Lost Book of the White was better than Red Scrolls of Magic, and I loved Red Scrolls of Magic.
I've only read the Mortal Instruments.
That's the worst one of all of them. It's more a nostalgic thing. Well,
I think
the collective thought is the worst. It's the worst. But for me, because Simon is like the love of my life, it's like up there. Plus for the nostalgia.
I think the love of my life.
I think the worst for me would be The Dark Artificers, Lady Midnight, Lord of Shadows, and the Queen of Air and Darkness, because I'm struggling reading it. I'm struggling to read it. So, but then
I think when we get to a certain point in Queen of Air and Darkness, you're going to enjoy it a lot more because a lot happens. And I'm really hoping you enjoy it more. Also, someone noticed your little Winnie the Pooh.
My Winnie the Pooh.
That is so cute.
Hello, Kendra, and yay for Bullet Journal. What audiobook are you listening to? And we have highs. I'm just gonna skip the conversation. I cannot stop buying books the last couple of days. It's not good. I've got no space. Who needs space? Like, that is a future you problem.
This is as fancy as I get with like my bullet journal. So I've got like, this is like my TBR, which I've read 0 books from, and we're halfway through the month. And then I've got like books I've bought, books I've read, and then videos I want to put up. And then my favorite page, which looks really horrible this month, is what I've read. So like my pages for the day. But I'm going to show you another month because I did it in, well, July does look quite nice, but I think June is like insane because of whatever's on. Like this was June.
Oh my god.
And like this is 250 pages for a day. So that was June. So you can tell I'm a bit disappointed looking at August.
To be fair, in June you was doing whatever-a-thon. I think everyone smashed June so much.
June was the highest amount of books I've ever read. I read 7 books in the month, and my average is 4.
God, I can't even remember how many I read in June. Hold on. This is the handy thing about actually writing it down, is I can actually access the information very easily. That's all the books I bought in June.
Oops. 52 pages and starting to love it. 75 pages. Hello. Had a shower and watched some booktube. I'm back. Had a shower, watched a couple of YouTube videos, trying to get my watch later from 102 to 75 by Tuesday. My watch later isn't that bad at the moment, but it doesn't seem to be going down because I'll watch a couple and then realise people have uploaded more. And it's a vicious circle.
Yeah.
24 pages of the City We Became. Yeah, City We Became. Page 919 of 975. So close. 32 pages of Hippie by Paolo. I'm not gonna attempt that. Ate my lunch, then read 20 pages of As Good as Dead. Oh, everyone's reading it. It makes me want to read it so bad. Out of curiosity, what did you use to hang them up the wall? I got bulldog clips, clipped that, and then put push pins in my door and hung the bulldog clips onto there. I was not going to pin through that tapestry, and the bulldog clips aren't going to damage it, so that's how I hung the tapestry up, and I just love it so much.
That's actually quite clever, like without putting holes in it.
I wish I could take credit for it, but I saw someone mention that was how they were doing it, so I was like, I'm taking that idea and doing that. Red Squads of Magic is underrated. Everyone just like forgets about it, and I love it. Never read any Cassandra Clare, but want to read them all. They are like my favourite series. Love Simon. TDA is actually my least favourite. Oh, it hurts. It hurts when Dark Artificers is people's least favourite because it's my favourite because I love the Blackthorns with my entire being.
I think my thing is that I prefer the historical fantasy aspect of the Infernal Devices in the Last Hours.
Like, I think that brings it down for me. Because even though I absolutely love them still, I'm not a fan of historical. So, but I still love them. Simon is. Simon's the best. I need to get back to Cassie Clare. I need to pick Queen of Air and Darkness back up. Yeah, that book breaks me. Ooh, Frost Heart for Frost Heart Along. Nice. The Dark Trilogy was my worst. It hurts. It hurts.
It makes me worried for the Wicked Powers.
It's like my favourite characters, so Like, my favourite characters in the Cassandra Clare world are Jem, Simon, all of the Blackthorns, but Ty, and then Kit. Ty and Kit are just adorable, and I love them so much. So Wicked Powers is going to be them, and I'm excited.
I actually have. I don't know if you guys have ever.
Oh, I love that. See, I wanted to get a rune tattoo, but
nice.
I'm currently in the process of getting a fandom tattoo covered up, and it sort of made me cautious about getting fandom tattoos now.
So I didn't actually get it because it was to do with Shadowhunters. Basically, I wanted a tattoo that like had like a meaning of like because it means healing. So that was kind of why I liked it, and then I just thought it's a nice way to have it without it being another language, because I didn't want another language. I wanted a symbol, and the symbol looks nice, and to me it's like, yeah, it is from Shadowhunters, but I've only read the Mortal Instruments, and when I started reading them again, my drop-ins went from like a 5 down to a 3. So I was just it's not related to that, it's just the meaning of it. But then I remember the first time someone noticed it on Sprints, and they were like, oh my god, Shadowhunters, and I was like, oh yeah, I kind of forgot it was to do with that.
I suppose as long as like you don't get the actual like main rune, like people aren't going to necessarily know, because there are a few runes that I really like the look of and they mean something, but I don't know. I'm still unsure, because obviously the current situation with the current one I'm getting covered up. The Infernal Vice is real, then TMI, but I need to finish TDA and start Chain of Gold. I will say, don't read Chain of Gold before you've finished Dark Artifices. I know it's set before, and I know people that have, but Chain of Iron especially, I would not suggest reading before you've read the Dark Artifices.
That is why we're buddy reading the Queen of Air and Darkness, because I need to read Chain of Iron, and
that's your motivation for getting through Queen of Air and Darkness.
It is, because I need to read Chain of Air and Darkness, and then I also need to read Ghost of the Shadows Market.
See, I just find that she's repeating plot points, and it's getting on my nerves. She does kind of with some of them, but I think because I'm so invested in the characters, it doesn't bother me as much. But I do get why it does annoy people, because if it weren't for the characters like being my favourite, I probably wouldn't love them as much.
My biggest thing with the Infernal Devices, not the Infernal Devices, the Dark Artifices, is that it's one of the plot points frustrates me, and the people frustrate me, and I don't like reading that plot point in a book.
Yeah.
It's the narrow-mindedness characters that I dislike massively.
Yeah.
And I think that's why I'm not enjoying Queen of Air and Darkness and the Dark Artifices as much.
Just think, we're on the 3rd book now, and then you can move on to Chain of Iron. And go to the Shadow Market, because Gem.
Yeah.
Next book is Queen of Air and Darkness. Gem is the best. Oh,
I see. Arguments. I'm Team Will. I am Team Will. Will all the way.
I love Will, but, Gem is my life. Let's see if next month I can get City of Bones on my TBR so I can finally start my first ever Cassie Clare. Yes, I really hope you can get it on there. I'm not sure what the question mark was for. Maybe this. What fandom? It is a Harry Potter tattoo, and it is currently being made into a non-fandom thing completely. And it's very bruised that the bruises proper come up since last night, Liv. I'm not showing it off yet because I've still got to have another session. But it's going to look amazing when it's done. I'm really excited. So excited. I'm doing one of the specific reading orders. I have a specific reading order that I don't read them in release order, but I do have a specific order, which confuses some people, but it's how I read them. So, yeah. Sorry, really had to finish my book. Had to cry. I've never cried from a book.
What book was this?
Yeah, what? I can't remember what book this was, but I need to know.
On Green Gables. She's said further down.
Yes, yes, and I really want to read it. Everyone's making me want to read it. I feel like I'm growing out of that phase of my life, but I've dedicated too much time to quit now. Yeah, a lot of people have outgrown it, like the Shadowhunters, and that's why they've stopped reading them. But I'm too invested to stop now, and I'm stubborn, so I won't stop now. I'll be like 60 years old. I'll still be reading them if they're coming out. I mean, I doubt they would be if I'm 60.
I think Cassandra has said that The Wicked Powers is the last book in that world.
Yeah, but I know she is also in the process of writing a book that is not related to Shadowhunters at all, which is going to be so weird, because the only other books Cassie has is the middle grade series she has with Holly Black, which is such a good series. But it's going to be weird reading something that's just her and not Shadowhunters. Oh, yeah. What are you reading? I read Anna Green Gables. Oh, maybe a buddy read. We love buddy reads. Look forward to seeing it. I genuinely cannot wait for it to be done, but I don't know if I'm trying not to show it, but like, can you see that bruise?
Yes.
I've never bruised from any of my tattoos.
This is the only tattoo that's ever bruised for me, and it's because it's quite big, and where it's a cover-up, it's a constant going over the lines from the previous one, so there's just so much going onto the arm, but it's worth it. Like, so worth it. I have to folio set of them. What's this for? I'm confused. Babs is nursing a hangover. But hello. I don't. Ow. That was my shoulder.
I heard that.
That happened when I was filming a clip for my vlog last night. And I had to. Did I edit it out? I think I edited it out. I was just like, that really hurt. I don't really suffer from hangovers because I've figured out how to be able to drink and not get hungover. It doesn't work for anyone else. Like, my friends have tried it and it doesn't work for them, but I'm just like, yeah. Like, I haven't had a hangover since I was like 22. Not to brag.
I am 22, so I haven't had a hangover since I was 22 either.
I would love to, but depends what my TBR game has in store for me, as I already have one additional at the moment for Scythe-along, but if I can get it in, I'll let you know. Oh, maybe buddy reads going on. I'm the same with more instruments, that's fair. My sister will also be up for a Cassie Clare buddy read. Yeah, Wicked Powers is the last ones, plus Chain of Thorns, plus Black Volume, so only like 5 more. It also wouldn't surprise me if she brings out another like collection of short stories, like there was the Bane Chronicles, Ghost of Shadow Market, and Tales from the Shadowhunter Academy. So
I wouldn't be surprised if she did one after Chain of Thorns, to like, because she seems to do one after each trilogy, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So after the Infernal Devices and the Mortal Instruments, and I call those joined because they have similar characters and similar plot points, they released Tales of the Shadow Market. No. Tales of the Shadowhunter Academy. They also released Bane Chronicles at the same time.
Bane Chronicles is one that you can basically read at any point after City of Ashes, I think.
Yeah.
Because it's basically just Magnus's past, and there's not really anything spoilery at all, apart from like who he ends up with in City of Ashes, which I feel like everyone knows who he ends up with, but I'm not going to say it just in case because we don't want to spoil anything. Favorite couple ever.
It's like the only thing about that series that I remember absolutely loving. Like everything else, But that couple, I would die. I would die.
That is literally my favourite couple out of all the books I've read. I want to wrap them in bubble wrap.
Legit dying here. Hot tub parties are lethal. Never been to a hot tub party, but I feel like it sounds like it would be lethal. Oh, I have the folio set of Anne Green and Winnie the Pooh too. Aww. I bet they look amazing. Never had a hangover, even if I get stupidly drunk to the point I can't walk. Yeah, some people are just genuinely blessed with not suffering from hangovers.
My hangovers, I've never thrown up from a hangover or being drunk. My hangovers generally consist of a really bad headache and craving for greasy food.
If it was just a headache, I would be fine. It's the feeling sick that I cannot handle, to the point where I've basically stopped drinking because it's just not worth the anxiety of feeling sick.
Yeah. The only 2 times I've been sick while drunk was because the first time I thought it'd be clever to mix some drinks, as in mix them together. And then the second time I had wine. I was like, I'm going to stay with wine. And I gave the bottle to my friend because I needed to go to the bathroom. And she thought it would be really funny to mix vodka and cider into it and didn't tell me. And because I was already a little bit drunk, I didn't realise it tasted different when I took a bit, and I just carried on drinking it. So, note to self, get better friends. Which I did. No longer friends with that person, funnily enough. Never had a hangover and believe I can drink more than half a bottle of whiskey. That is impressive. Short stories are fine. I still really love them. Maybe because other authors are involved. Yeah, that's fair. I do always feel bad because a lot of the time I can't remember if I've done anything stupid. I always remember. It's like, why?
No, I don't remember.
I always remember everything as well. Don't spoil. I'm not going to spoil, don't worry. Love Bane Chronicles. And then, oh my god, is there a folio book of Anne? I do throw up when I'm drunk because I lay down and close my eyes. It's like I'm flying through space real fast. Yeah, that's the rookie mistake. I just sort of sit there and I'm like, you're okay. You're okay. You're going to stay here until you stop feeling sick. And just don't move.
See, I'm the opposite. When I start feeling dizzy, I like to close my eyes and rest my head on something. And that sensation sort of calms me. And I'm like, nope, I'm not going to throw up. And it's fine.
I can't even drink. As soon as I have one, my skin goes red and I feel sick. I think it's the tablets I'm on. Yeah. When you get really hot and flustered when you've been drinking as well, it's usually wine that does that to me. If I drink it too quickly, usually red wine as well. Yes, there was. Whether there still is, I don't know. I guess that was about Anne of Green Gables. It jumped. I've been sick on and off since left the party. Probably 10 minutes. Wish was joking. Oh. Try drinking some Lucozade or some lemonade. I find that always helps. Always. Either fizzy Lucozade or the Lucozade Sport. Lucozade Sport is great when you're feeling sick, no matter what the reason you're feeling sick, because it replaces the electrolytes as well.
Also, try and eat some plain toast.
Or some ginger biscuits.
Yeah, something that's high in fibre and carbohydrates. Because I always find that helps a lot.
I don't drink, and that is smart. Smart. All the books in a box set. I'm guessing this is still about the folio. I mean, I feel like this is a lie. Next, she'll be trying to say she's never been drunk, which is definitely a lie. It's why I don't drink so often, maybe 5 times a year or so. Yeah. It calms you. Just stay awake till I'm not so drunk anymore. Yeah, I sober myself up. I just like drink water and sober myself up and just sit there and like stare into thin air until I can feel less drunk. I try not to go to sleep whilst drunk. But I've not been drunk in like well over a year. I have drunk, but not been drunk. Because I like a nice glass of wine.
I was drunk last weekend.
Cider. You was.
I was drunk. Was it last weekend or the weekend before? I think it was last weekend.
It was one of the weekends.
One of the weekends.
I collect folio books. Some of the editions of folio books are gorgeous. I'm allergic to wine. I would cry if I was ever allergic to wine.
I don't like wine.
I only like rosé, fruity white wines, and one red wine.
I don't like wine at all.
I think I'm a control freak too, so I don't like being drunk. Yep, see, Lucozade Sport. And salt and vinegar chips. Okay.
Oh no, that's far too much flavour for when you're hungover.
I feel like salt and vinegar would not. Maybe ready salted?
No, like I'm like, give me like plain potatoes or like pasta. Like just something that has no taste unless you season it. And just don't season it.
Yeah. Curious for your bookshelves then. Don't buy too expensive books because I live in the woods and it's so dusty here that all my books get ruined. I'd love to see those bookshelves. Okay. Yeah. That's girls on 38, not 22. Should be more careful. 28. Wish I was still 22. Same. Some of the folio books are still in plastic. Yeah, it's not a folio book, but I've literally got one book still in the plastic. But I'm a bit scared to either take it out or keep it in because I saw some people saying that if you keep it in the plastic, there's a possibility after a few years it could get moldy. And I'm like, I think I might just take the chance and take it off because I don't want a chance ruining that book.
It depends on what sort of
environment
and also what's on the plastic. If it's clean plastic, there's nothing for it to go moldy on.
It's like the cellophane that you get on the like special edition books when they're like on the Owl Crate books. It's an Owl Crate exclusive. I don't know if I want a chance keeping it on just in case. I eat double chocolate cookies when drunk. It helps me not feel sick. I mean, I can eat anything when I'm drunk, but if I was hungover, it would be limited to like dry toast and
I love
ginger
bacon.
biscuits.
I love bacon sandwiches when I'm drunk, or like when I'm hungover. Bacon when I'm hungover is just the best.
I'm 29 but never been drunk. That is a good thing. That is a good thing. I think all alcohol is gross. I just do it because it's fun. See, I like the taste of like certain ciders. Like I'll only have a drink if I like the taste.
Yeah, me too.
The Wetherspoons cocktails are the worst because I love them. And you can get like 2 pitchers for 12 quid. So it's dangerous. This is me in a comment. Love wine. Honestly, you lose salt when you're home. I still couldn't imagine salt and vinegar crisps make me feel better because the taste of it would make me feel sick.
Yeah.
Yep.
But I have to get it like at like the last possible moment to get McDonald's breakfast before they change over to the lunch time menu because I can't eat that as soon as I like wake up if I've been drinking. I know I just drink which has the most amount of alcohol in it, so I have to drink less of it. That's smart if you don't like the taste of it. Oops, forgot to check back in, but got to 10% off Campfire by Sean Sales. But nice. I'm thinking of doing a shorter. I was going to say let's just do a half-hour sprint, but I was going to do a sprint at 4 so that people who want to go watch the premiere of G's readathon announcement can go watch it. So if we do a 20-minute sprint and then chat for 10 minutes and then do another like half-hour sprint, and the half-hour sprint will be our last sprint.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll do that. Yeah, we'll do that. Gotta walk the dog. Nice. Right, let's do a banner. There we go.
Someone's just commented saying they've never had a McDonald's. You know what? Just never have one, and then you'll never know how good they are, and then you won't become obsessed, and then that's great for your health.
And your bank account.
Yeah.
Okay, so see you in 20 minutes. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. I think my Wi-Fi dipped out a little bit and we swapped places.
I feel all important up on the top row here.
How did you both do? How's
So
editing going? Sorry.
Editing's going fine, yeah. I don't have much left. I've got 2 books in my wrap-up left. I read Sidekicks Venom, and there was drama about it. I don't know if you... It wasn't good. I gave it 1 star, and then like a bunch of people came for me. It wasn't great. So
I did see that on your Twitter.
Yeah, it wasn't. There was like, honestly, it was insane. Like I was getting.
God forbid you have an opinion.
Yeah, like literally getting sent death threats over the fact I gave a book 1 star. So yeah, when it came to my wrap up, I was just like, so I read this book. I don't want to speak about it. I gave it 1 star, and then moved on.
I mean, it's quick to edit.
That bit was great to edit. One go, cut off at the end on the next book. It was great, but yeah, that was not great. But we're moving on. Fine.
How are you getting on, Liv?
So I've managed to take all my photos. That's all done. I've managed to get the photos on my iPad and write how much everything is on the photos. And I'm now just in the process of writing the actual
descriptions
on Facebook.
Oh, nice. I managed 24 pages, so that's good. There was a few comments before. Don't like Maccadees. I'm a Burger King fan. I'm the opposite. I'm not a massive fan of Burger King.
I won't
good
eat
logic
fast
on
food.
my.
Yeah, I won't eat fast food that isn't McDonald's or Taco Bell.
Oh, Taco Bell. Yes. I love KFC as well, though. Good logic.
See, for me, I think it would go McDonald's is like the top tier, then a Burger King fan, then a KFC, and I've never had Taco Bell.
Did you not have it the first time we went Lakeside?
No, I ended up having a Five Guys. Yeah, Five Guys is above KFC.
Taco Bell's like my favorite, and then McDonald's, and then nothing. Because every other place I've been, KFC's the worst because I will not eat chicken on the bone, and watching other people eat it on the bone gives me the creeps as well. So I just can't go into KFC.
See, I get the fillet tower burger because it's a fillet burger with a hash brown in it.
Oh, we can't forget Dixie.
Oh, Dixie's the best. Their version of the fillet tower burger is just beautiful. I love it so much. They're so good. 6 pages that time. 13. 35 of My Calamity Jane. 25 more pages. 30 pages. Need to record tomorrow's video, but going to do that a little later and edit for putting it up tomorrow. But as it's a book review, I think it shouldn't take too long. Yeah, that should be pretty easy. I've got to edit my Wednesday video, but I filmed it this morning, so it's filmed. 23 pages. 15 pages of a book with short stories about bookstores. Oh, nice. I have popcorn chicken when I go KFC. I won't eat chicken on a bone. Popcorn chicken's so good.
I just find KFC to be really greasy. I've tried, but like even being in KFC and being around people eating chicken on the bone, it just grosses me out. I can't. Like, I was out for supper last night, and my brother and his other half were there, and they were eating chicken wings, and I was like having a meltdown at the table. I was like, I just can't do this. Like, I just can't watch you eat that. It's just
Yeah, I don't like watching other people eat chicken on a bone, and I tend to rip it off.
Even thinking about it, you're like, oh.
We'll stop.
You're making me hungry, guys. You're making me hungry.
I want some hash browns though after you mentioned that. I'm not gonna lie.
Hash browns are like god tier food.
I might go and get some hash browns.
Do it. Supermax and Hillbillies are top tier. Then Burger King. Used to love KFC, but not anymore. Hate McDonald's.
Yeah, because we're no longer friends. I'm sorry.
There's 218 people. There's now 257 people. Like, that is insane.
Are we not getting this readathon and Becca's bookoplathon in the same month?
I'm pretty sure they're both going to be in September.
So, like, good luck to us all, basically.
Because Becca did say on the Bookoplathon's Twitter, it says coming in September.
Good luck to us all.
Yeah. A hash brown and a burger. It's not madness. It is beautiful.
That sounds amazing.
Beautiful. So good. So good. Yes, I can also smell this dinner, and it is making me very hungry. We're having roast dinner, and I can just smell it from up here. I'm just like, I want to eat. So hungry. Good morning, listening to Hummus and Homicide while eating breakfast. That sounds brilliant. Yeah, Becca's is September as well. I'm only going to do one of them as it will be too much for me doing both Becca and G unless G is only a weekend. I've got a feeling they're both month-long ones.
Mm-hmm. Becca's just teased her first prompt.
I seen it and I'm like, what does that mean?
Let me have a look.
It's just like a bunch of colours in a box. Like, so I'm just like, what? Like, is it?
I love that. I wonder what it means. Tell us, Becca. Tell us.
I think hopefully we'll manage to like combine the two of them.
Yeah, I'm
hoping it depends how he's like restructured it, because obviously it's going to be totally different now. So it depends what it's like now as to whether or not we'll manage to kind of push them together.
I'm keeping my fingers crossed. Hash brown and a burger is a must, and with bacon. I can take or leave the bacon, depending on how crispy the bacon is. If it's very crispy, I'll take it. Does anyone here start to collect an author even though they've not read hardly any of their books? I've read one Colleen Hoover. I own like 11. We'll be 14. Yes, I can't think of examples.
I've done that with V. Schwab. With Victoria Schwab, I have only read the first book in the Cassidy Blake series, middle grade series, but I have the whole of the Dark Shade of Magic trilogy. I have The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue. I've got Near Witch as well, all currently on my list. And I've also got The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue Special Edition, Waterstones Edition, coming in November. Or is it September, October? I can't remember. But whenever that comes out this year.
So are you getting rid of your Darker Shades of Magic mug even though you haven't read the books?
Yes.
What if you read the books and absolutely love them and you got rid of your mug?
I've tried. Not only I'll probably cry, but I have started to read it once, and I don't think it's going to be a book that I will love to the extent that I'll want to collect fan merch from.
That's fair.
Especially where it's an adult fantasy, I don't find I want to collect merch from them very often. The merch that I want to collect is generally young adult. So,
wish I was there for Mum's roast.
I'm going in September.
Oh, this is a good point. Maybe a colour generator.
To be fair, there's someone's put a book with a colour word in the title, and Becca's just sent the eye emoji.
Lurks all morning in the background. Here's Christy talking about disliking chicken on the bone. I've never felt so seen in my food choices. It could be, but I feel like colour generator is more likely. Yeah, only a few weeks living, you'll get your roast dinner. Crispy bacon all the way.
Yes.
Never read Cass Clare and have like 13. Yeah, my mum's got like all of Sid Moore's books before she had started actually reading them, I think. No, A Darker Shade of Magic slander. Just thinking, how long should we do the final sprint? Because I don't know how long G's announcement's going to be. And if we're like, I was trying to look through the comments to see if she said how long it's going to be. Should we do 45 minutes, not 4 minutes?
Do 45 and then we can talk for
one?
15 and then head off.
Yeah. Okie dokie. Let's do.
I'm excited to see what this is going to be.
Same.
It's starting.
Yes.
Leave it.
Okay. Enjoy. Hello. I've seen some comments of G's readathon. Like I says, wow, too many choices for the readathon. I'm overwhelmed. That announcement video though, like I saw your comment pop up as well, Christy. Like, already glad that I know my TBR game will be able to work with this. Also seems easy to do both Bookopoly and G, since you said that you don't have to go in order. Honestly, so excited.
I have no idea what's happening. Like, I sat down and watched that full video and I was like, so what do I need to do? Like, I think if you read fantasy and can understand a fantastical concept straight away, you're fine. But like, yeah. I was just like, wait, what? So I'm gonna like watch it again and like read through all of like the documents that she has. And
I'm so excited
I'm so impressed that her brain has actually managed to come up with this. Like,
I know, like, it's insane. I can't wait to print everything out and start like planning and making characters.
I said that. I like commented in the premiere. I was like, my bullet journal is gonna look so good. Like,
my bullet journal is gonna be more than the usual like 5-6 pages it usually is. It's gonna be like
mine's literally like 6 pages a month. Like, it's gonna be like 60 pages in September because we'll have Bookopoly as well. Like, so I'm not going to be able to have just one theme though, which is a bit sad because like Bookopoly versus this are two totally different like aesthetics, and I'm going to need to keep the aesthetics for the pages that relate to that readathon. So like,
22. But I literally I finished the chapter I was on of Super Magic, so it was like 15 pages, if that. Already 190 pages into Crave. I know. Didn't watch G's video, then got ready for Walking Tie, which I'll do in a few minutes. It sounds so good. Honestly, she's so clever. So excited that we create a character. Not making my character in September though. I'm going to do it after. Yeah, I'm not going to really think about characters, although the vegan vampires sound great. Not going to lie.
Yeah, to be fair, I'm tempted by either the elf or the vegan vampire. Like, I'm stuck between the two.
I'm torn between. I might make a character for elf.
Quite like the elf.
See, I don't have the mental capacity and the amount of books that I read to make 2 characters. I have mental capacity for 1. I'm leaning more towards the elves just because the aesthetic is more me. But I quite like the dark academia and like living underneath like just the giant libraries. I was like, I heard libraries and I went, yes.
73 pages. Mute for a second. Mute all you want. A Good Girl's Guide to Murder is amazing. Vegan vampire screamed Cullen to me.
We've done a lot of speaking about vampires today.
Stuck between elf and dwarf. The dwarfs sound really good because sci-fi. And then I'm like, do I make 3 characters or is that too much? You know there's going to be someone that makes a character for every different, every type. Will it be me? Probably. It's just so good.
I've just downloaded like the brief history onto my iPad. So I now have.
Nice.
Dude, the art is well though. It was like at the end when she was like thanking everyone, and I was like, you know what, I am impressed. Like
I want this as a book.
Dude, that's the thing. Like, she has this planned out well enough that she could make a book out of it.
Yeah.
Like,
I want to be an elf that lives in the dark meadow. That's what I want to do. That is what I want to do.
I saw some people commenting on the one where she was like about a good time, and everyone was like, yeah, want that one. A bit late, but finished my book. Oh, is that the Sue Warman one you was reading the other day that you weren't enjoying? And if so, did you end up enjoying it in the end? Or is Sue Warman not an author for you? Might do both dwarf and elf, then depending how it works for April, we'll decide which one to be. Yeah, that one. That's a fair enough. I think I'm just gonna do both, and we'll see.
I think I have decided on elf. I'm going to be an elf that lives in Dark Meadow. That is going to be, because I want to live in Dark Meadow with the libraries underground. That's where I want to be. But I want to be an elf. So
the elves were the ones that were to do with like the moons and the stars, right?
Yes.
I think so.
So the
yeah.
elves...
I am literally a moon baby. Like I love the moon.
I couldn't tell.
I love the moon.
I like the elves because they make jewellery, and I love pretty jewellery.
All of my jewellery that I have on is like crystal jewellery as well. So like I feel like I should be an elf. You know, like moons, stars, crystals.
Yeah.
Astronomy, divination, and restoration.
I feel like
I'm three affinities.
I
might just copy you and
for
do like an elf in the libraries. Like an elf in the library. That does sound pretty good. We can conquer this together, Liv.
Yes! Do it!
Tony's debating trying out G's readathon. I'm excited as well because obviously with the one that she did previously, which we don't talk about, I discovered that on the last one she did, so I didn't get a chance to join in on it. Mm-hmm. But this one, it's a brand new one. I get to join in from the beginning, and I'm so excited.
I like the fact that although there are 7 prompts, I like how this readathon, although there's 7 prompts, you only have to read 2 to pass it.
Yeah, which is perfect for you because you're not going to read 7 books.
No,
but I like that it also gives you the option to read 7 books for people like me who like to go overboard and challenge themselves.
Yeah, but also it sounds really easy to tie this in with Becca's Bookopoly.
Yeah.
I don't feel like I'm going to, because that was one thing when you started talking about this readathon, I thought, I kind of want to do it, but then I really want to do Becca's Bookopoly, and I know that I don't read that much, so I'm not going to be able to do 2 readathons, but I might try it next month.
Yeah. Down to the last 112 pages. Yes. Sue Woman is not an author for Charlie. Debating investing in parchment paper. Yes. I am so tempted.
I have like recycled paper, so it's not white. It's like I don't even know. It's like an off. What it looks just. Do you know what I mean? Like it's like recycled paper, so it's like I feel like I could just probably print onto that, and it would be fine.
Yeah, I reckon that would work because it doesn't have to be actual parchment. Even an off-white is gonna give the effect.
Yeah, I don't know whether or not I would print it with like the parchment background though to get like the texture. Do you know what I mean?
Probably could.
I would maybe try like one page with them both and see what looks best. But my issue is I'm gonna have to size it, like because you can't just print them at A4 because I'm gonna want them in my bullet journal, which is obviously
we're gonna have to resize them. Is it A5 your journal?
Yeah. Like this is definitely not A4. So I don't know.
There's bound to be a way of resizing it.
Yeah. It'll maybe take a second, but I'll get it done.
I want to double check the lands before I choose one, as I had a glitch and forgot them being so wild. But I think I didn't actually take in much because I was just like, this looks amazing, and then I was like, I'm gonna have to read back through everything. But I'm excited to do that. But to be fair, even if I had taken it all in, I would have still wanted to read back and just properly look at it all. Yeah, the attention to detail is just amazing.
Yeah.
About 40 pages plus sorting, drying, and dinner. That is cooking nicely. I don't have a printer, so no idea if I'll be able to get a physical copy. Oh, well, my printer chooses when it wants to work, so we'll see if I can actually print stuff. I'll turn it on, and I'm like, is it gonna work? And I'll put the paper in, and it's like, I'm just waiting. I press print, and I'm like, is it gonna print? Is it gonna print? And it's like, you never know if it's actually going to print or not.
All printers are like that. Like, there is no printer that works all of the time. Like, printers just
it used to be fine. I think it's because it's 8-9 years old now.
Oh, maybe.
So it's probably my printer. But it's effort buying a new one. I kind of hate when I really love a mystery or thriller. It makes me want to keep because I loved it. But is there any point of a reread? Yeah. I keep some thrillers and mysteries, but not all. Oh,
We seem to have lost a Christy.
We seem to have lost a Christy. You can resize when print when printing, or you can resize in Word. Yeah, true. Yeah, Tony's printer don't work either. Just proving the point that the printers actually work.
Did I jump out there? My laptop just totally gave up on me, and I was like, "What just happened?" It just went black out of nowhere.
Ty's running back and forth to the door, so I better walk him. Thank you for joining, Ashley. Hope
Thanks for
Ty enjoys
joining.
his walk. Shh, we do not anger the printer gods. I can smell my dinner and it's probably ready soon, so I'm gonna say let's finish it there. But thank you for joining us today, both to Christy and to everyone who joined in the comments. And yay for being productive and reading, because we did good today.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
What is that? I have no idea what that. I don't know if you can hear that, but there's cars going crazy apparently. But yeah, thank you everyone for joining, and we'll see you on Thursday for the next lot of sprints.
See you Thursday. Bye.